Please insert your saved character disc from any of the first 3 Quest for Glory games into the disk drive, so that your hero can make the journey to Quest for Glory, Shadows of Darkness. Your character has been successfully imported. Welcome to Shadows of Darkness. You awaken from nightmares of flying and falling. You find yourself in this strange place, the only illumination, an eerie green glow. You've lost your weapons and the contents of your backpack somewhere during the journey. All you have are the clothes and armor on your back. This leaves you with 4 burning questions. Where are you? How did you get here? Who brought you here? And how in blazes can you get out of here? No, make that 5 burning questions. What city did your luggage end up in this time? You stumble and fall over the ancient petrified corpse. As you pick yourself up, you discover a dagger and some coins on the dried-out dead body. It isn't going to use them anymore, so you take them. A brief search reveals a piece of hard grey rock, which you take, and some coins, 3 crowns and 13 kopecks. You find 30 assorted copper and gold coins on the body. You take the torch. There's nothing in the torch holder. This torch is firmly embedded in its holder. That didn't do anything. That didn't do anything. That did. The valve won't budge. If you had a bit more light, maybe you'll be able to see how to open it. Didn't your mother ever tell you not to play with matches? Well, the same rule applies to torches as well. You force the sphincter open with your dagger and pass through. You've made it into a large chamber. Stone valves, like the one you just passed through, apparently block 3 other passageways. There is a huge stone altar in the center of the room, and an exit to the south. That didn't do anything. You gratefully retrieve the shield and battered sword from the dead warrior. You hope that they will serve you better than they did their last owner. You clasp the shield firmly, ready for battle. Try as you might, the stone valve will not open. Perhaps this isn't the right time. Try as you might, the stone valve will not open. Try as you might, the stone valve will... The altar feels strangely warm to your touch, but leaves a deeper chill somewhere within you. No one seems to be listening. As you approach the exit, you are confronted by two flying creatures. They have bat wings and spider-like bodies. In a bitter battle, you were better than the badders. You kicked some butt, too. That didn't do anything. That didn't do... That didn't... Something deadly lies in wait nearby. You cautiously test the rope before crossing. It feels as though it's firmly anchored on both ends of the chasm. You just barely made it across the pit. You slip through the mouth of the cave, just in time to avoid being crushed by its closing jaws. As the cave mouth closes behind you, you feel a strange warning tingle. There is danger here, although its source is not immediately clear.
You are alive! Only one person has ever walked away from there before. Who are you? How did you get here? Oh, there are so many questions I want to ask you, but I have to get home quickly. It is so dangerous out at night in Mordavia. The town is due north of here. Be careful, there are many bad things wandering around. Good luck! Oh, by the way, my name is Katrina. I hope we meet again sometime. Farewell.
The six-pointed symbol seems to pulse with energy and comes loose in your hand when you touch it. You have the feeling that you may need this sign, so you carefully store it in your pack. This symbol looks like a mouth with pursed lips. Rocks have formed an island. It doesn't say much. This symbol is a stylized representation of a crossed pair of bones. This is the symbol of blood. in the form of a huge carved droplet. The cloud symbol is a traditional representation of breath, and of course, a dark cloud symbol is a representation of bad breath. This strange symbol is the traditional magic representation of the senses. This looks like a throbbing heart. This symbol is really abstract. You may have seen it once before, described in an ancient book as the sign of essence, or one's inner nature. A long crack has developed near the base of the archway, although it still looks stable. This tall standing stone has been carved so that the top looks like a squid is perched upon it. It doesn't look particularly stable. The path is dripping with slimy goo. You're having a hard time maintaining your footing on it. Your danger sense tingles. You sense deadly danger from the swamp. It might have something to do with the grasping, disembodied arms. The decayed remains of a human arm claw at you as if to drag you down to share its doom. The heavy odor of decay overwhelms your senses and makes you feel slightly nauseated as you survey this gloomy swamp. Small hummocks of earth and grass You grab a handful of rocks. You pick a few of the flowers. The hungry hunting hawk alertly searches for signs of game not already claimed by the forest monsters. You've never been very good at making pumpkin pie. You've never been... Some beautiful giant pumpkins are growing in the field. The villagers have erected a scarecrow to keep birds away from the newly harvested corn. Tall shocks of corn have been harvested and wait here to be stored for the winter. Beautiful, out-of-season flowers grow all around the stone monument. The curved staff has a very organic look to it. Its curves seem somehow feminine. You can feel a sense of magical power radiating all around it. The staff feels warm and almost alive in your hand. You hear an eerie voice in your head.
This I must first do. The sacrifice of life for one of love.
You find yourself letting go of the staff very quickly. The stone structure is warm to your touch, and you feel a sense of being protected. You'll have to go up to the buildings first. You'll have
You! How did you get here? Why are you here? Few strangers come to Mordavia. I am the Burgomeister. It is my job to know everyone and everything that goes on here. My name is Dmitri Ivanov. I am the Burgomeister of this town. My name is... Mordavia is a valley surrounded by mountains. There used to be a road which led from here, but heavy rains have created a swamp at the base of the mountain south of here. No wagons can get you in or out, nor can any person. Except perhaps you. This is the town of Mordavia. There is an inn and a shop down the street where you can spend the night or get some supplies and be on your way. The sooner you leave, the better for all. There are many dangers in Mordavia, and we certainly do not need a stranger to stir up new troubles. The Hotel Mordavia has rooms and food. It is a safe place to spend the night. The shop does not carry much. We have been cut off from supplies for a while now. Still, you may at least restock your food rations before you continue with your travels. There are many strange and dangerous creatures that live in Mordavia. Trust nothing. The gates of this town are closed at sunset. Do not let yourself get caught outside after dark, for few can survive a Mordavian night or remain sane enough to speak of it. Just leave Mordavia quickly. No good comes from outsiders, and we do not want you here. This is the sooner you...
The The Burgomeister stares at you suspiciously. You tell the Burgomeister about how you came here.
Do you expect me to believe such a story? That you could walk out of that cave alive? That the cave would be open? Tell me no more lies. Leave here quickly. Go, and soon. Are you just sightseeing or casing my place?
You don't have any rations. You better get some food soon.
The old Adventurers Guild is at the north end of town. It has been abandoned for many years, since we have not had many adventurers who could cross the swamp. Seeing as you are supposed to be an adventurer, here, have a key to the guild door. Perhaps you can find something of use there. Everyone in Mordavia minds his own business and does not go looking for trouble. You obviously do not fit in well here. To the northwest of town is Castle Borgov. It used to be owned by the Borgov boyars of Mordavia, but the last Borgov died years back, and no one came to take his place. Some strangers moved in some years back, but they have had nothing to do with the town, and we have had nothing to do with them. The old road from town used to meet with the road from the castle and head south to the pass. The heavy rains not only created the swamp, but caused so much plant growth you can't see the road anymore. The swamp is a dangerous and foul place. They say that all who ever were buried beneath the earth there now reach up to drag the living to their deaths. I have seen for myself that this is true. Stay far from the swamp if you value your safety. There are other things in Mordavia to see and do, but I am not a tour guide here. Go off and see for yourself, but be careful. The gates of the town are locked at night, so be sure to return before it gets dark. It's dangerous to be out after sunset. I do not take bribes.
The Burgomeister is watching you. That's a bad idea with the Burgomeister In such a small village, only one jail cell is needed. You don't dare take the shield. It's much too easily recognizable. The spears are too boring. Boring to be worth taking. Besides, they're nailed to the wall.
Stay out of trouble and other people's business, and you and I will get along with one another. Otherwise, you will get me angry. I'm sure you don't want to make me angry, do you?
From the sign reading Burgomeister's office, you cleverly deduce that the Burgomeister works here. It's been years since you studied Mordavian, but you think that Burgomeister might be the word for mayor, or perhaps sheriff. The sign reads General Store. You wonder how much of a commission the salespeople get. The sign simply reads Inn. I guess that means you should go in. This general store is cheery and well lit, thanks to the warm hearth. The first things that you notice are the cats. They seem to be everywhere. Then you see the shopkeeper, sitting on her rocking chair as she knits. She's a very, sturdy-looking woman.
So, you're the stranger in town. I've heard all about you already.
It doesn't budge. Careful, the cats may explode if you touch them. They're perfectly content with... Careful. Careful. The shopkeeper is a short, plump, plain...
Oh my, what strong hands you have. Let me...
On second thought, you realize you really don't want to do much touching of this woman, or vice versa. That didn't do anything.
If you must know, my name is Olga Stovich. What's your name, stranger, and what are you doing in Mordavia?
You tell her a few things about yourself.
Oh, professional hero, huh? Easy to say, hard to do. We'll see. Let me see, what could you use? Well, besides my regular items like brooms and pens, I really don't have anything else for adventurers like yourself. Now, I do have some lovely sandwiches you can use for rations. And garlic, of course you'll need garlic. I've also got some oil you can use to keep the weapons and armor from rusting. And if you like sweets, I've got some yummy homemade candy, although the garlic-flavored ones have all been purchased by now. I'll have to make some more. Oh, and a shopping bag to carry things in. I have a couple of those left. Three twists of candy will cost you just 5 kopecks. The kids love him. Oh, now garlic is a must-have item. It's just 25 kopecks for a bulb, and it will add flavor to any food.
Storekeeper looks around nervously for a moment, then continues.
You know, some say garlic also has medicinal and protective properties. My husband always said I make the most interesting sandwiches. They're very good for you, and I only charge 50 kopecks each for them. A flask of household oil will cost you 100 kopecks. It's good for door squeaks and can also be used to loosen up rusty wagon wheels. I can sell you a very nice large pie pan for 250 kopecks. Oh my, I've always admired the men who can cook. You can purchase the hand broom for 350 kopecks. I'm sure you'll really clean up with it. What would you like to know about? Yeah, Bella's a good woman. She's the one who really runs the inn. Her husband just gives orders. Someday she'll give Yuri a piece of her mind, and good for her. The things she puts up with. Bella, she was a pretty woman not long ago. Was not called Bella for nothing. Losing her only child really aged her. What a tragedy. The castle north of town was abandoned for many years. Then, some strangers moved in 4 years ago. No one knows what goes on there now. But it won't be for the good, I'll tell you. Werewolves are gypsies, no question about it. They change into wolves at night, eating anyone they can get. Nothing can kill a werewolf but silver or magic. So you be careful out in the woods at night, you hear me? The gypsy camp is not at all that far from here. That is a bad place, and you'd better have nothing to do with it. It is dangerous and should have been torn down long ago. Many a stranger never came back after asking questions about it, so don't let your curiosity be the death of you. Goodbye, or as my dear departed Boris used to say, may the winds blow fair at your back.
You've entered a small but nicely furnished country inn. Stairs lead up to the guest bedrooms. The floor is covered with sawdust and peanut shells. A barrel contains the few shells that manage to land in it. The innkeeper stares at you with an expression of fear and astonishment. It is several seconds before he speaks.
This is the Hotel Mordavia. Rooms here are 15 kopecks for room and board. Pay for 1 week in advance. Your room will be the first room at the top of the stairs. When you want food in the morning or evening, just sit down over there by the door.
Pay the innkeeper for your room and board.
Thank you for your payment.
They stare at you in astonishment.
You say you are a hero. Well, we will judge you here by your actions rather than your words. Magic is a very dangerous thing. We do not trust those who use or are used by magic. Make certain you do not give us any more cause for alarm. The first door at the top of the stairs leads to your room. My wife will serve you supper in the evening.
I am Hans. Pleasure's all yours. I'm a farmer of pumpkins and corn and a person of great importance here in lovely Mordavia.
Listen, I'm telling you, Igor's death must be avenged. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ivan, an elephant herder. Unfortunately, there are no more elephants in Mordavia, so business has kind of fallen off a tad.
Guys, is it just me or is Mordavia a wonderful place?
Oh, are you kidding? It's the greatest. There's many places to go, things to see. Are you kidding?
Right. Let's not forget that scenic cemetery to the east of town.
Everyone here's nothing but grins. Real friendly.
Yeah, except when we don't know you. We don't like strangers.
Or anyone else that's weird and doesn't belong.
Rumors. You talking to me? What rumors?
Oh, there are no rumors here.
Unless you count the rumor that the castle is owned by...
Horse patootie. There are no rumors in Mordavia to speak of. The town of Mordavia is a quiet place.
Filled with friendly, joyful, stinky people.
Well, I'm not so sure about the friendly part. We tend to be very suspicious of strangers like you.
Yeah, well anyway, the town is filled with joyful and stinky people.
Yeah, happy, joyful, and stinky people.
Well, I wouldn't call us particularly joyful. As a matter of fact, most of us are pretty glum.
Oh, very well, alright then, Mordavia is filled with people, you know, stinky ones.
Yeah, many stinky people.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it many. There actually aren't very many of us around here.
Oh, forget it. Well, at least he stinks.
They stare at you and... It doesn't budge. Nothing like warming your hands by a cozy... You hear the sound of silence. Nobody answers your knock. As you start to open the door, you realize that this is the innkeeper's room. You quickly close it again before you get caught. You unlock the door to your room and go in. The chest is empty. That didn't do anything. You light the candle. Garlic braids festoon the room, adding that certain special ambiance of Gilroy in the spring to the room. Trying to be a rugged individualist, are you? The water is especially wet this time of year. As you prepare to go about your business with the tree, you realize that it's only a branch office. You decide to leave it alone. It's better than going out on a limb for no reason. The old man walks with a slumped back and a sad, dejected look in his eyes. He seems to be searching for something that he hasn't been able to find.
I am Nikolai. Have you seen my honor? Honor. Have you seen my honor? I am looking for honor. Have you seen honor?
You greet the old man.
Good day. Have you...
You tell the old man good.
If you see honor, tell her I am looking for her.
This strange device is labeled Transcendental Receiving Animal Processor. I wonder if that stands for something. Be careful, it might be a trap. Luckily, nothing in the hole bites your hand off. That looks like a likely place for a spare key. But you don't find anything. Oh no, you've been Antwerped. Fortunately, these are just baby Antwerps, so the attack wasn't fatal. You don't hear anything behind this door. There is no response to your... Behind the door is a sort of rat maze, but it's missing the rat, or whatever is supposed to be traversing the maze. You hear mysterious bubbling and sizzling noises. Every once in a while you think you hear someone muttering to himself. You faintly hear a voice saying, Don't knock! Come on in! From beyond the door. You've uncovered a keyhole, but you don't have the proper key to open this door. That didn't do anything. Luckily, you've uncovered... It doesn't. No one responds to your knock. The occupants are either absent or asleep. The door is locked. As you enter the northern part of the town, you hear the sound of a chisel chipping away at a stone block. A man is carving gravestones at one end of the street. Your attention quickly moves from the stone carver to the ominous Gothic building in the center of the street. There is definitely something not right about this structure. A sense of great danger and hunger comes from near the door of the massive stone building. From the hump on his back to his twisted body, this is either the Hunchback of Notre Dame, a mad scientist lab assistant, a gravedigger, or an Elvis impersonator.
Igor! Just Igor! Building was Adventurers Guild. No adventurers, no guild. Town Mordavia, this north part of town. Oh, this day job. Also work graveyard shift. Little graveyard humor there. Igor dig graves in cemetery. Igor put dead person in grave. Igor cover dead person with dirt. Igor put headstone on grave. Oh, plenty job security around here. Business is piling up. Little graveyard humor there. Again. Oh, Igor not hear rumors. Igor not no stranger in town. Igor not no doctor make strange things in lab. Igor not no funny man in inn not funny. Igor not know many things. Igor not hear many things. Bad building. No go there. Bad, bad, bad.
The headstone carver stares at you and then goes back to work. He looks at you and then goes back to work. You unlock the door using the key the Burgomeister gave you. Which book do you want to read? As you scan through Hero, the Journal of General Job Adjusting, you find quite a bit of information that might be useful here. There are a series of articles about the land of Moldavia. The town originally grew up around Castle Borgov. The Borgovs were the boyars, or local noblemen, assigned the role of guarding the area from invaders. The chapter on fauna describes a number of interesting creatures. The Necritor is a vicious carnivore with big, sharp teeth. Some of the other monsters sound even more horrific. In the forest lives the Lishi, a creature known for playing practical jokes on travelers and playing riddle games, but which can also be helpful to those it likes. You learn about the Rosalka, the spirit of a murdered unmarried woman. Such spirits are said to inhabit lakes and rivers. They try to avenge themselves by drowning any man foolish enough to approach them. You could really learn a lot by reading this magazine thoroughly instead of just browsing through it. Isn't it nice that we included a complete copy in your game box? The book turns out to be an advertising brochure. It says, "I, Dr. Cranium, predict that someday one of my descendants will become the subject of a major computer game. The Castle of Dr. Brain from Sierra Online." Jeez, how cheesy can you get? The book is all about using spells in unusual and creative ways, such as calming a fire, using alternate flame and frost spells to make something brittle and break, and so on. You pick up a number of useful tips which will improve your spell casting. This book teaches the ancient Oriental art of talk fool, how to overcome opponents by attacking them with the unpronounceable names of martial arts forms and confusing them with fortune cookie wisdom. You get lost somewhere between karate and kuksul. This book teaches you how to use the stair-stepper to build strong leg muscles and talks about the importance of whole body development. It says to build up your strength gradually by adding weights to the baskets. You read through the book on spell casting techniques again. It hasn't changed. You read through the book on Hey, this isn't a lending library. Nice try, but the bookshelf won't budge. If there's a secret passage around here, it's hidden a different way. That would be a lot easier if the desk had a drawer. You sign your name into the adventurer's logbook with a flourish. It's almost become a habit by now. You read in the adventurer's log about some of the exploits of past adventurers in Mordavia. Prominent among them is the story of Pyotr and the Dark One's cult. Near the end of the book, Pyotr tells how he led the armies against the Chernovi cult outside the Dark One's cave. The fighters were trained soldiers, but the cult members fought like madmen. Suddenly the cult members changed their forms and became grotesque monsters. Many of the soldiers panicked and ran. The battle was nearly lost. Then Pyotr heard the voice of Irana. "By all my will, I banish you too." The voice was cut off. The cult members screamed and ran. Pyotr entered the cave and searched for some sign of life. All he could find were the grotesque remains of cult members. The only sign of Irana was her magical staff lying on the ground. Pyotr picked it up and left the cave, knowing that Irana was beyond his help. Pyotr then tells how he brought the staff back to town and placed it in the town square. A garden of flowers instantly sprang up around it. Near the end of the book, Pyotr tells that he was going to seek out the rituals of the Dark One and destroy them. There are no later entries. You pick up the rope and grapnel set. Any more weight might strain your muscles. Try working with the weights you already have in the baskets. Your legs are too stiff and sore to use this right now. Your legs are too stiff and sore to use this right now. The painting doesn't look particularly valuable, and there's nothing behind it. The frame is concealing a secret passage, but you can't see any way to open it from here. Nice try, but the bookshelf won't budge. All of the hooks are empty. The case looks totally solid, as if it was constructed around the sword. A plaque reads, "Break glass in emergency only." The case is totally sealed. You can't find any way to open it. You break open the front of the case. Avoiding the broken glass, you pull out the sword. It looks like a fine quality weapon. It's a rare example of the deadly Mordavian moose, distinguishable by its long, fang-like canines. Someone has strung garlic around its neck, probably in hopes that it will stay on the wall. It is said that a man's reach should exceed his grasp. That's certainly true of what you're trying. You are so exhausted that everything you do hurts. Better get some rest. That was good climbing practice, but you haven't quite got it yet. Keep trying. This giant wild boar's head is a trophy of the Burgomeister's last boar hunt. That must have been one impressive boar.
I know little of the forest, for I seldom leave my inn. You should speak with the Burgomeister. Perhaps he can tell you more about it. I am well, as always. I do not go.
You unlock the door to your room and go in. You light the candle. After some rest, you feel better. After some rest, you feel better. After some rest, you... After some rest, you feel... You're really getting hungry. The inhabitants of the inn eye you suspiciously. You get the feeling that you're not particularly welcome here. No, don't sit there. You'll never know when an elephant will wander in. You better not do that. Your hand might get stepped on by an elephant. You're starving. You'd better find some food soon. Now the table's helping to keep you off the floor as well. Tonight, for your dining pleasure, it is the traditional Moldavian chicken paprikash, delicately seasoned with locally grown paprika and garlic. That didn't do it. That did. It doesn't say. It's an anti-gravity machine. Well, maybe not exactly, but it does keep food and drinks from falling to the floor. That didn't... That did... They all stare at you for a moment. That did... You've never seen so many locks and bars on a door. You can't find any way to open it.
It is very dangerous in Mordavia at night. We always keep things locked up when it gets dark. I will let you out for now. If you wish to return later this evening, just knock on the door. If you do not make it back by the closing of the inn, may you rest in peace.
The open barrel is about half full of rainwater. Tall shocks of corn. You take an ear of the corn and put it away in your pack. You can't take the scarecrow. That would be strawberry. You've never been very good at making pumpkin pie. You find 5 crowns that someone hid in the hollow stump. They're covered with mold and dirt, and have obviously been long since forgotten. Massive boulders help shore up the town wall. The boulders are totally immovable. A tinkling brook winds its way through the forest. You feel a chill go through you as you enter this part of the forest, as if a cold wind suddenly sprang up from nowhere. The wraith vanishes into nothingness, and the air slowly begins to regain some warmth. You see a raised mound of stones. It gives you an eerie feeling. You can tell that this is a place of death. The barrow contains treasure that the wraith collected while it was alive, or perhaps more recently from treasure seekers less fortunate than you. You find a dagger, 38 gold crowns, 75 kopecks, and a few old bones. Ah, you feel... Ah, 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 ah. Ah. You find some copper kopecks on the no longer undead. Ah! Ah! This would not be a good place to sleep. This would not This would not score. You find a few gold crowns and a number of copper kopecks. Ah. 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 You have a strange, disquieting feeling along with a sense of sorrow, longing, and unfulfilled desires as you near the lake. The briny lake seems to draw you towards it.
Hello there. Could you help me? This water is so cold and I need someone to help warm me.
This is one of the most beautiful women you've ever seen. She has lovely, long, golden green hair, although your eyesight tends to focus a bit lower than that.
It is so cold here in the lake. Please, come and hold me and help me to be warm again.
This is one...
I am the Rusalka. Please, take my hand and help me. If you take my hand, I'll be happy to show you what the lake is like. If you take my arms, I'll be happy to talk to you about anything you'd like.
You ask what a nice girl like her is doing in a place like this.
It's so nice here in the water. Why don't you join me? Why don't you come to my arms so that I can give you a real greeting? Surely a hero like you will help someone like me. Please, take my hand. Surely a hero... Please, don't leave me here so alone and cold. I need you. It is so cold here in the lake. Please, come and...
This would not be a good place. Ah. 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 Score! You find a few gold crowns and a number of copper kopecks. You're getting tired. You're getting some good practice in climbing. You'll need to keep practicing before you'll be able to make it over this wall. It was built to keep monsters out of the town. You knock on the gate. There is very little sound, the gate seems to be very solid, and you get no response. You can't open the gates, they're barred on the other side. You're getting some good practice in climbing. You'll need to keep... You're getting some good... You are so exhausted that everything you do hurts. You're getting some good practice. You're getting some good practice. Your stamina is too low for you to cast this spell. After some rest, you feel better. After some rest, after some rest, after some rest, after some rest, you feel better. There's no need to heal yourself. You're getting some good practice in climbing. You're getting some... You're getting... You're getting... You're getting some... You're getting some... You're getting some good... You're getting... You get... You're getting... You're getting... You're getting some good... You're getting some good practice in climbing. You're getting some good practice. You're getting some good... You're getting some... You're getting some good... You are so exhausted. You're getting some good practice. After some rest, you feel better. You knock on the gate. You're getting some...
Still you remain. It is a wonder you have managed to live so long.
It's you again. It's been a quiet day so far. Made it back, did you? So what can I do for you this time?
You tell Olga some of the things you did before coming here.
Oh my, you certainly have been to some outlandish places. So, must be nice for you to be back in real civilization again, huh? Yeah, my sad departed husband. His name was Boris. Gone 3 years now. He was such a good man. I expect you plan on going adventuring some more. Well, I suppose the gravedigger has some room left at the cemetery? Yeah, good night, and don't let the bedbugs bite, as my husband used to say.
It used to be that the only monsters around here were the occasional wyverns. Now there are many dangerous things in the valley. It is safe only within the town gates. Dr. Cranium is an idiot and a madman. If you are wise, you will stay away from him. Nikolai is an old man and easily confused. His wife has been missing for years now. He cannot face the fact that she is gone.
You eat your plain but nourishing breakfast. It has more than a bit of garlic added for spice.
Still you remain. It is a wonder you have managed to live so long.
That didn't do anything. You must exhaust everything you do. That's the thing. Optimist. 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 That's the thing. That's the thing. Keep trying. That's the thing. 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 Keep trying. That's the thing. That's the thing. Keep trying. You must exhaust everything you do. That is mess. Optimist. 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 There's no need. This is not the place for accident. Optimist, you do that. Optimist. That's it. That's the thing. That's it. Well, that's fun. How do you like something high like Well, that's fun. Well, that's fun. You are exhausted from lack. Well, that was fun. The dust is far too thick here for you to sleep without having an asthma attack. No one responds to your... You knock loudly on the door. After several minutes, there still has been no response to your knock. You guess that everyone is either asleep. The door is locked and probably barred. A shiver of cold comes over you. You sense no danger, but even so,
I am what once was the Paladin Piotr. The sorrows of this land are my sorrows, and I cannot rest. Thou art a paladin, and so shall share my fate. Unless ye ease the sorrows of this land and heal the pain.
You feel the sensation of floating freely in a swirling cloud of magic. You are warm and safe, surrounded by the sound of peaceful beauty. You feel as if you are suddenly totally alive. You can remember every happy moment of your past, taste every favorite sensation, hear all the colors of the universe. This is the true joy of living. Suddenly, you find yourself trapped by darkness. You cannot breathe. The darkness is tearing the warmth, life, and magic from your body. Pain! The agony of lungs without air, the burning cold of a body trapped in ice, the terror of helplessness as death approaches. You float, cold and lifeless. You gradually wake, shaking off the shreds of dreams that cling to your memory.
Still you remain.
You eat your plain but nourishing breakfast. It has more than a bit of garlic added for spice. There's only a certain amount of punishment your body can stand on any given day. Enough pain, enough gain for now. Try again tomorrow. You hear movement on the other side of the door. After a few minutes, you hear someone removing the bar.
Have a seat. Wait, no, better leave the seats here. But why don't you sit down on one? This show can't get on the road until you get off your load. So sit a while and enjoy yourself. Or maybe just sit. Good evening, ladies and germs. A funny thing happened on the way to Mordavia. I got here. I walked up to the innkeeper here and says to the guy, "Do you know how lucky you are to have such a funny guy as myself staying here?" The innkeeper says, "No, but if you hum a few bars, I can fake it." You may as well laugh now. This act doesn't get any funnier. I sit down here for a meal and order some soup. When the waiter brings it in, I says, "Waiter, there's a fly in my soup." The waiter says, "Of course, that's the soup du jour." Am I going deaf in here? Or how can so many people sleep with all these lights on? Seriously, folks, I went to the doctor just the other day and he said he had some good news and some bad news. What's the good news, I asked. "You only have 3 months to live," said the doc. "That's terrible. What's the bad news?" I said. The doc replied, "I'm getting married." I know I had an audience when I came in here. Anyhow, show me a guy with 1,000,000 kopecks, and I'll show you a guy who's rich. Hey, you only had to listen to this material. I'm the one who had to stand here and take it. Anyway, thank you, thank you, thank you. You've been a swell bunch of seats.
Phew. The gnome has stopped speaking. Maybe he's finished telling his joke. You think about applauding, but you're not quite sure if you heard the punchline yet.
What did you think of my performance? Was I hilarious or what? Is this an inn or a cemetery? I've had livelier times at funerals. Some help you were. Couldn't you at least have smiled a little louder? It's nights like these that make me feel like an inept idiot and a lousy laughingstock. I'd make more money digging graves. But what? And get out of show business? Be they ever so humble, there's nobody stays home. I've been on the road so long, I have flat tires on my feet. I go wherever I can tell a good joke, and many places where I can't. I'm staying at this inn for a while until I find something here. I got the last store down the hall. Visit me sometime. I'm sure we can have a few laughs together. Hey, my last tour was a great success. I outran everyone. But there's no business like show business. With me, the show must go on and on and on. I got millions of them. Problem is, I can't remember most of them, and the ones I do remember should have been buried long ago. I used to be worth my wit in gold, but, oh, it's a long story. Ask me about it some other time. Pleased to meet you. I could tell by your outfit that you were no ordinary rube. Punny Bones, the name. Joke's a fair game. I'm a pro punster. Thank you, thank you. I always like to meet a receptive audience. It's always good to see you. It means you're not behind my back.
You unlock the door to your room and go. You awaken as the sun begins. It's a garlic souffle. That didn't...
Still you remain.
This is a little too easy now. You pick up 2 of the metal weights and put one in. Your legs are too stiff and sore to use this. After some After some rest, you feel better. After some rest, there's only a certain amount of punishment your body can stand on any given day. The frame is concealing a secret passage, but you can't see any way to open it from here. This is not a good place to practice throwing.
Still you remain. It is
Grey rocks litter the ground everywhere, reminders of glaciers long since passed. Wild flowers bloom with the autumn weather. The wyvern has no place to carry treasure. This is one reason why dragon hunting is far more popular. Ah, you... Ah, you... There's no need to heal you. After some rest, you feel worse than before. After some rest, you feel worse than before. After some rest, you feel worse. After some rest, you feel... After some rest,
Everything is so strange. I lost my way home. Please, can you help me find my way? I'm trying to find my way home. I keep getting lost. Can you show me the way to town?
the ghostly apparition vanished. No one seems to be listening. You feel a chill go through you as you enter this. The chill sense. The wraith vanishes into nothingness, and the air slowly begins to The barrow contains treasure that the wraith You find a jewel-studded tiara, 6 gold crowns, 40 kopecks, and a few old bones. Ah! 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 You have the sensation of someone watching you. You sense curiosity and no immediate danger.
It is good to see you again. I hope you are enjoying your visit to Mordavia. You need to take better care of yourself, you know? It is very dangerous out at night. Why, you've been injured. Here, take this and drink it. It should help. I would be most displeased. I mean, sorry, if something were to happen to you. Come to me. I have something to show you. I warned you it is dangerous here at night, and you do not listen. I intend to teach you a lesson.
A strange feeling sweeps your body. You realize that you now know the frostbite spell.
Perhaps that will help keep you alive when I am not with you.
That feels good. Just what you needed to relieve some of the aches and pains of everyday adventuring. That's really...
You may call me Katrina. And what shall I call you? The forest is a very dangerous place. Many monsters walk here, especially at night. Please, please be careful. Magic is very useful for survival in Mordavia. Use it wisely and carefully. I must go now. I hope we can meet again soon. I enjoy your company.
Before you can think to follow her, the young peasant girl has disappeared into the forest. No one's... It doesn't say much. No one seems... You deftly slip over the gate and into town. A shiver of cold comes over you.
There is one for whom I weep. She lies in her watery grave, her heart broken by a lover untrue. Speak with the gypsies on how to free her spirit. Free the Rusalka and heal her sorrow.
You have returned to this wonderful place between worlds. You are again filled with the joy of being truly alive. You find yourself dancing at the heart of the cosmos. You spin and the universe swirls with you and around you. Suddenly, something calls out to you. You feel a coldness rapidly devouring you. You falter in fear as you remember what happened the last time you were here. The voice calls again, and you feel trapped, helpless. The closer you get to that voice, the greater the fear. It is a voice of pain, a voice of death. You flee in terror. You gradually wake, shaking off the shreds of dreams that cling to your memory.
Look, he is safely locked away. We should wait a bit to see if the gravedigger shows up.
Well, there you go. Igor's missing. That ties it. The little weasel never goes anywhere, for crying out loud.
Yeah, except when he's with that wacko, crazy, cuckoo doctor.
Why else would that gypsy be so darn close to town? He got a taste for meat.
It was a full moon outside last night, I'm telling ya.
Here, somebody's going to jail. Justice must be served, even for that little gravedigger.
Justice? We don't even know if a crime has really been committed. Just relax, go home or to the inn. The gypsy goes nowhere. We can decide what to do later.
But we...
Later! Go home!
Hold it, Slick. Don't you know what a werewolf is? A man who turns into a wolf.
Yeah, when he's sunbathing at night, you know? It's the full moon that does it.
Listen, the werewolf eats children, which don't make him all bad.
Igor was not a child.
Hey, Yuri's daughter was eaten by one, huh?
No one knows what happened to Tanya. You cannot say she was eaten.
What else could have happened? I mean, we have the werewolf that did...
It'll break out of your little trick-or-treat jail and eat us all.
Hans, not one word about Tanya eaten by a werewolf will you make to Yuri. He and Bella have been hurt too deeply. As you are a man, do not open the wounds again.
Well, I'll tell you what, you suit yourself, pal. But at least they can be avenged now upon the werewolf! The gravedigger's missing!
I mean, we looked everywhere. He's usually under my wife's bed.
We even tried to talk to that quack Dr. Cranium.
That ridiculous doorbell!
At first, we thought he might be lost.
Then we found the gypsy.
The gypsy did it. He toasted Igor.
Yeah, and then he ate him. Check his breath. It smells like Igor.
Poor Igor.
I'm telling you, gypsies are werewolves.
Yeah, gypsies are all tramps and thieves.
Gypsies cannot be trusted.
I think we're fixin' to have one less gypsy around here.
A gypsy was found right outside the town gates. We brought him here for questioning.
Why don't you have a bake sale, pal, and send away for a clue? Everyone knows that gypsies are werewolves.
Yeah, little Igor was somebody's Big Mac, and you want us to just go home?
That werewolf is a danger to us all. Think of our families and our mistresses.
Do you think I would endanger the town by allowing him to escape? The gypsy is securely locked up. He will not get away. Werewolves are mere peasant tales.
You want to see a peasant tale, pal? Look, we all know that werewolves are real.
Yeah, I saw the movie. They turn into wolves by the full moon.
They are harmed only by silver in wolf form.
They're allergic to wolfsbane.
There's a poem about it, okay? Even a man who's pure in heart.
And says his prayers by night.
Enough! Enough! It is all hearsay and speculation.
May become a wolf when the wolfbane blooms.
Oh, that's beautiful. And the autumn moon is bright.
Or so the charming legend says.
I am trying to do the job to which I was appointed. I am trying to make certain that justice...
Justice? Justice schmustice, Einstein. Was it justice that little Igor was murdered and wound up the blue plate special?
Yeah, the murderer was caught, and I want to hit him. Let the punishment begin!
Right. Dan will have justice.
Am I the Burgomaster or am I not? I have said all that there is to be said about this subject. I am trying to...
Right.
The gravedigger was missing last night.
And we matriculated on down to the cemetery to search, see?
Yeah, but we didn't have far to go. Just outside town, we caught ourselves a werewolf.
Yeah, but we found no trace of poor old Igor.
Enough! Igor is missing. We do not know what happened to him. It is none of your...
Perfect. The gravedigger Igor's been killed.
And we captured a werewolf!
Listen, I'm telling you, Igor's death must be avenged.
Go home. Just go home, all of you. You do not know the truth yet.
We're gonna make the little gypsy tell the truth, don't you worry.
Yeah, let's see how much lying he does after we take his teeth out by hand!
Dmitri, dude, listen,
No, you listen, all of you. There is nothing to be done until we know all the facts. Now go home and let me do my job, please. The gravedigger is missing, and the gypsy just happened to be near the front gate when we were searching for Igor. He is suspected of being a werewolf and of having eaten Igor.
The gypsy looks at you with disdain. The gypsy spits in your general direction. The gypsy glares at you in sullen silence. You tell the gypsy that you will do whatever you can to help prove his innocence and see his release. The gypsy doesn't seem to believe you.
Well then, go do something instead of standing around talking with everyone.
The gypsy ignores.
You can talk to the gypsy yourself. He hasn't said much to anyone. Igor is missing, and the townspeople seem sure that this gypsy is the cause. I am not so sure myself, but there's very little I can do until Igor is found. It is possible that the gravedigger is still alive. If you are going wandering outside of town, please watch for him. Calm down, everyone. Give me a little more time.
Yeah, well, that's all well and good, Gandhi, but we have waited long enough.
Yeah, he's right. I got first dibs. That gypsy's gonna pay.
That gypsy's gonna make Joan of Arc look like a piker. He's gonna burn at the stake.
Yes, yes. If I cannot find out what happened to Igor before tomorrow, you shall have your burning.
Yes, well, I keep looking for Anna. Anna has been gone for a long time. I have been looking for her for...
You greet the old man.
We have met before, I think. I am Nikolai. Have you met my Anna?
You say goodbye.
If you see Anna...
The sign reads, Dr. Cranium.
Calm. Yeah.
Yeah.
That gypsy's gonna make...
Yes, yes. If I cannot find out what happened...
Have you heard? Igor the gravedigger is missing. They say the gypsy did it. As my lost husband used to say, may all your travels lead somewhere.
Calm down. Yeah. Yeah.
You bait the trap with avocado from your sandwich. Avocado was never high on your list of favorite foods anyway. The trap starts working. Nothing happens. Oh no, you've been Antwerped. Fortunately, these are just baby. You've caught an Antwerp. It's simply amazing. You've caught an Antwerp. It's... That didn't do anything you... This is the Antwerp maze. Antwerps are naturally bouncy, so all you have to do is continually rotate the maze until the baby Antwerp bounces over to the key, then out through the exit. This is the Antwerp. The Antwerp is found in space time and sit back to begin the maze. Congratulations. You've used the baby Antwerp to get Dr. Cranium's laboratory key from the maze. You add the key to your keyring. Great! You've managed to find Dr. Cranium's keyhole and open the door. You pass through into Dr. Cranium's private laboratory.
Quickly, Igor, the fluid! I must have the fluid! Oh, excuse me. I thought it was Igor coming in to assist me. He helps out in the lab sometimes. Now then, what can I do for you?
You say hello to the scientist.
Welcome to my laboratory. You must have more than the usual intelligence and perseverance to have made it in here.
You introduce yourself to Dr. Cranium and tell him a little about your adventures.
I should be most interested to hear about your travels and your scientific discoveries along the way. Unfortunately, I have very little time for that right now. Perhaps we can discuss your adventures when you next return.
You explain to Dr. Cranium that magic is really a lot like science, and even deals with the same elements.
Oh, nonsense! There's no such thing as magic. There is only science. What you call magic is simply scientific phenomena that have not yet been properly investigated and catalogued. My name is Dr. Cranium. I am Moldavia's chief scientist and a certified genius. Some call me mad, but I much prefer Dr. Cranium. Ah, yes, science. I'm glad you asked. Science is the process of systematically increasing our knowledge of the world through observation and experiment. Unfortunately, some of the townspeople here seem to have no concept of the wonders of science. Some of them even claim my little inventions are magical. Such poppycock! There's no such thing as magic. Still, the townspeople insisted that I should be able to use my magic to cure wounds and sickness. I told them that I am a scientist, not a doctor, but they wouldn't listen. I had little choice but to concoct some simple elixirs. They were childishly pleased. Science is really so simple once you understand it. Oh, you must mean my new universal poison antidote. You may have this one, but I will need some help with the formula to make more. Also, I am afraid I only have time to make one each day.
Somehow, that doesn't seem quite right. You ask Dr. Cranium if he can spare an empty flask for specimen collection.
Of course, of course. I am always delighted to assist scientific research of any kind, and I have plenty of flasks. You may have this one. I am sorry, but I only have time to make one universal poison. If you want to improve your stamina, then you should make sure you eat a healthy diet from all the different food groups and get plenty of aerobic exercise. That is science. Oh, you must mean my patented healing drink. You may have my last one. Unfortunately, I have forgotten the formula for its main ingredient. If you can help me remember it, I will be able to make some more. Thank you. With that information, I'm sure I shall be able to create some sensational scientific solutions. Experiments are the meat and drink of science. First, you must come up with a hypothesis based on your understanding of the scientific elements. Then perform an experiment to test the hypothesis. Afterwards, you have a pizza. Earth is for solidity and stability. Air gives freedom and movement. Fire provides power and energy. Water, fluidity and life. Pizza, of course, is the most important element of all. Pizza represents the essence of well-roundedness and regaining strength. Most importantly, you can have it delivered in under half an hour in most areas. A hypothesis is a scientific guess. One predicts the result of an operation, performs an experiment to test the prediction, then has a pizza to celebrate the result. It is very important to stay flexible, however. Sometimes the experiment may give a different result than predicted by the hypothesis. Since real scientists don't like to make mistakes, we always write the hypothesis in pencil. Pizza is a crucial ingredient in many scientific formulae. There is a nearly infinite variation in its effects, depending on whether one starts with pepperoni, mushrooms, artichokes, or plain cheese. One should always order extra pizza in case the experiment requires additional materials. Besides, science is hungry work. There is, of course, no such thing as magic. There is only science. Still, you would be amazed at how gullible some people are. Just the other day, someone gave me this scroll saying it was a magical spell. Can you believe that? It is purest poppycock. Nothing on here makes any sense whatsoever. Here, you may have this as a reminder that magic is a figment of fevered imagination. Only science is real.
Obviously, Dr. Cranium needs to take a correspondence course from the famous wizard school. As you read the scroll, you find that you have learned the incantations and gestures with which to cast a glide spell. Then the scroll vanishes.
There, you see, it was not even a very good piece of parchment. Fell right apart. Igor is the gravedigger and tombstone carver. Business has been slow lately, perhaps because there are very few people left in town, so Igor sometimes comes in to help me with my work. Igor has had less work of late. The forest is just as dangerous, but there aren't very many people left in town who are stupid enough to go out there at night, you know. I like to think of it as a sort of evolution in action. Igor is carving out quite a niche for himself in the gravestone business. You might say he is well on his way to becoming a rock star. Then again, you might not. The cemetery is outside of town to the east. It has proven a fruitful source of materials for my experiments. There are also some interesting and cryptic puzzles to be solved there. Essential etheric fluid is an important ingredient in my formula for reanimating dead bodies. It contains the essence of the element of water, the most important ingredient in life science. This laboratory is where I perform some of my most important research. Lately, I have been trying to bring life back to a dead body and to brew the perfect cup of tea. Reanimating the dead is just another day's work in the life of a scientist. Even science cannot bring a person back right the way they were, but one can use scientific principles to restore the semblance of life and energy to formerly dead flesh. The one alchemical combination that I have thus far been unable to fully analyze is that of a good cup of tea. I am sure there must be a way to duplicate the effects of nature, but the results have not been promising so far. Perhaps you would like a cup of spearmint and beefsteak tea? I thought not. This is even harder than rehydration solution and reviving dead tissue. Research is the heart and soul of science. Without constant experimentation to prove or disprove one's hypotheses, the scientist is left trying to solve the world's problems by guesswork. That is hardly the most efficient way to achieve results. I try to maintain a modest selection of useful experimental equipment in my simple laboratory. Unfortunately, it has become very difficult to obtain the most modern scientific accessories since the road out of the valley became closed by the swamp. Mad? Mad? They all call me mad, but what do they know of madness? I am not mad. A bit perturbed about the world situation and how I get so little respect, perhaps, but certainly not mad.
You say hello to them.
Welcome to my laboratory. You must have more than the... My name is Dr. Craney. Come back and visit again. Oh, and if you see Igor, please tell him I still need the fluid.
Anna has been gone for a long time. I have been looking... Yes, well, Anna has been gone for a long time. I have been looking for her.
Calm down, everyone. Give me a little more time.
This is a bas-relief of a strange creature. It looks like an octopus with only 6 tentacles. You have a creepy feeling as if it is looking right back at you. This is not a good place to practice throwing. The hectopus seems somehow calmer as you present the Dark One sign to it. You get the feeling that there's something it wants you to do with the sign. You push the Dark One sign into the indentation on the door. It fits perfectly. It's a 6-tentacled, octopus-like creature. I guess you'd call it a hexapod. Unless you like cats, then you might call it a hexapus. This amazingly lifelike sculpture looks like a cross between a baby troll and a hermit or dervish. It fits the description of a domovoi, except that it's totally dried out and unmoving. This is a fairly attractive, in a Baroque way, display cabinet with a glass door. You don't think you should break someone else's property. It just isn't the honorable thing to do. You can't budge it. If you want to do anything with the sculpture, you'll have to do it here. It doesn't budge. It doesn't. That didn't do anything. That didn't. It doesn't budge. It doesn't. You don't think you should break someone else's property. Of course, if you had a way to destroy the entire evil abode, you'd do it in a second. Nice consistency of belief, eh? It doesn't budge. That's funny. The strange six-tentacled creature is moving. It looked like another wall decoration at first. That didn't do anything. You can't get this log holder to move at all. It's solidly set into the base of the fireplace. There's nothing under the old rug but dust and spiders, neither of which you need. Be careful what you touch in here. It doesn't. Watch where you aim that thing. The flame quickly catches in the desiccated rug and spreads to the curtains and the furniture. You'd better get out of here. You retrieve the Dark One sign from the monastery door, then quickly step away before the hectopus can react. The intense flames within the monastery have grown with an unnatural swiftness and turned into a raging inferno. There's no way you could go back in there and survive. That didn't do anything useful. You retrieve the Dark One sign from the monastery door, then quickly step away before the hectopus can react. You push the Dark One. The chandeliers once provided light in this dark, somber room. Now they are crusted over with something you'd rather not investigate closely. They are now quite useless. The fireplace looks as though it hasn't been used in years. There are no logs on the log holders, nor is there any sign of ashes or other debris. A long wooden table attests to a time when this room was used to double as a communal dining room for the monks. The hexapod waves its tentacles at your sandwiches. Maybe it's allergic to avocado. Hector the hexapod happily gorges itself on the garlic. Hector looks much less hungry and perhaps a little less dangerous now. You can't get this log holder to move at all. It's solidly set into the base of the fireplace. There is a cold feeling down here that chills your bones and sets the hairs on the nape of your neck on end. There is a musty odor of mold and mildew mingling with the sickeningly sweet smell of decaying flesh. Welcome to your nightmare. This is a dangerous place. You probably knew that. Handle with care. An incredible sensation of evil emanates from over by the book. That seems like an excellent thing to avoid. The huge barrel is labeled Cask of Amontillado. This must be the fabled spirit that provided most of the income and fame of the monastic order here. It is rumored to provide strange and mystical visions to those who taste freely of its contents. You tap the huge cask of Amontillado. This is the strongest stuff you've ever tasted, assuming that you're not an aficionado of dragon's breath. Bottoms up. Man, have you got a headache? Fortunately, the Dark One rising seems to have been just a vision, not the reality. Yet. A scroll has formed from the cask's wine droplets. You pick up the rolled paper on the floor. It has a symbol of a drop of blood at the top and the inscription, Ritual of Blood. You can't read any of the other writing on it. The ritual isn't designed to be used that way. You need to read it in the appropriate place at the correct time. The barrel is now empty. You straighten out your jacket and retie your boots. Appearances count. The desk is, naturally, locked. You force the drawer open with your incredible strength. Opening the desk set off a trap. A billowing cloud of poisonous gas surrounds you for a moment before dissipating. You're having trouble breathing. Ah, you feel much better now. You rifle through the Mad Monk's desk and find the diary of Amontillado. Boy, was this guy wacko. Reading this makes your head hurt. However, it does give you some information about the Dark One rituals. It said something about the first ritual being placed within the Mad Monk's tombstone, there to be forever guarded by followers. The second ritual shall be placed in the Stone of Squids, and revealed only by the light of a dead child's soul. The next ritual shall be placed in the hollow of the hangman's tree, and guarded by the spirit of the dead which remains there. The blood ritual shall be concealed magically within the monastery, and only he who willingly seeks dark visions shall find it. The mouth ritual shall be placed in the great arch itself, under the Dark One's sign. And the heart ritual shall be given to someone named Gregor for safekeeping. Now there's another note on this page in another's handwriting. Gregor is missing in the forest and probably dead. Yet where is the heart ritual? You rifle through the Mad Monk's desk. It said something about you rifle through now there's that didn't do anything. You the huge book on the altar looks fascinating. You could almost swear you saw it move. The title says Necrophilicon. Haven't you heard about this book somewhere? It's a really silly-looking statue and clearly of no value. It's also much too heavy to carry around with you. Above the altar is the sign of the Dark One, surrounded by arcane letters. A notch next to the A makes you think that perhaps that is some sort of starting point for the letters. Ah. You retrieve the Dark One sign from the monastery door, then quickly step away before the hectopus can react.
Calm down, everyone. Give me a little more time.
Yeah, well, that's all well and good, Gandhi, but we have waited long enough.
Yeah, he's right. I got first dibs. That gypsy's gonna pay.
That gypsy's gonna make Joan of Arc look like a piker. He's gonna burn at the stake.
Yes, yes. If I cannot find out what happened to Igor before tomorrow, you shall have your burning.
After some rest, you feel worse. After some rest, after some rest, after some rest, after some rest, you feel much better now. You feel... After some rest, you feel worse. You are flying in the very source of all magic. You are filled with power and the knowledge of how to use it. You create flowers dancing around you. Trees fill their branches with magical fruit as you touch them. You dance in a circle, and the very ground itself radiates peace and harmony. You sing the message of your heart, and the magic echoes around you a song of love and happiness. Then you realize that it is not you doing this. It was someone else, back in time. You hear that voice calling you again. Darkness surrounds you, eats at you. The voice calls out again, and you are afraid. It calls from the center of the darkness, drawing you nearer and nearer. The darkness sucks at you, pulling you towards the voice as it flays all warmth and life from you. You scream! You gradually wake, shaking off the shreds of dream. A heavy gate blocks the way to the winding road. Far in the distance, you can see a majestic castle.
Welcome to Mordavia. It's nice to have some fresh blood around here. We so seldom see strangers. It is so difficult to get past the swamp which blocks the pass to and from the valley. We haven't had a stranger here since the rains created the swamp several years ago. You've obviously done quite a lot for one person. It will be interesting to see what you do around here. I am Boris Stovich. This is the castle of the Boyars, the title of the rulers of Moldavia. It once belonged to the Borgov family for generations, but the last Borgov has been dead for many, many years. Mordavia is the name of this valley and of the town. Even the inn is called the Hotel Mordavia. The name means Dark Valley. The heads of the Borgov family were the boyars of Mordavia for ages. The last Borgov disappeared at the time of darkness. No one knows what became of him. It is bad luck to even speak of the time of darkness. Mordavia was a safe and lovely land before that time. Much has changed since then, and for the worse. Boyars are rather like barons of other lands. They own the castle and protect everyone within their domain. The heads of the Borgov family were the boyars of Mordavia for ages. I'm not certain who all lives in the castle. I so seldom see anyone from there. There's the master, of course. Then there's the strange foreigner. There's also the master's daughter, I believe, and some rather strange guards. Beyond that, I really can't say. I haven't actually seen the daughter, but I know the master is quite proud of her. The master desires privacy, and I respect that wish. As I always say, the will of the master is the shall of the servant. I wrote that. He is an unpleasant sort, with a short beard and moustache, and a funny hat. He is rude when giving orders, and he has the habit of staring at a person and licking his lips. Most unsavory. I have only caught glimpses of them occasionally, but I don't think they are quite human. No matter. If a man does a good job, then whether he is a man does not matter. This is the gate to Borgov Castle. You can see it in the distance behind here. I am here to make certain that only welcome guests may enter through here in the daytime. At night, this gate is guarded by huge necrotaurs, who make certain no one tries to enter without permission. The town of Mordavia is to the east of here. Turn to the east as you leave and continue until your way is blocked by rocks. Then turn north and you will find the gates of the town.
This heavy gate blocks access to the castle road. The gate makes you wait.
I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that. Please, stop.
You decide that it might be better to wait until no one is looking.
There's no need to knock. I am the gatekeeper after all, though I'm afraid that I cannot let you in. I'm under strict orders not to open the gate for anyone unless the master instructs me to do so. Goodbye, young man. May the fireplace be warm and the drink cold at your journey's end.
You pick a few of the flowers. You have a strange, disquieting feeling along with a sense of sorrow, longing, and unfulfilled desires as you near the lake. The briny lake seems to draw you towards it.
Hello there. Could you help me? This water is so cold and I need someone to help warm me. Thank you for the beautiful flowers. No one has been so nice to me since I can remember.
You tell the Rusalka about some of your previous adventures.
Gee, you've done a lot to get rid of monsters and things. You don't think I'm some kind of monster, do you? I mean, just because I'm undead and drown people, you don't think I'm bad. It is lonely being a Rusalka. Anytime anyone nice comes along, I pull him into the lake and drown him. Once he's drowned, he's not much company, I'm afraid. I've been a Rusalka for so long, I've forgotten. This lake is surrounded on 3 sides by steep mountains. To the southwest, it merges with a swamp. The lake is not a safe place for you to swim. Many unpleasant things lurk in the deep water. The swamp is definitely a creepy place. Dead things lie under the water and try to drag the living underneath. Kinda sounds like my job description, doesn't it? Well, the things in the swamp are a whole lot nastier than I am, so be careful out there. I stay far away from them. They crawled into the lake from the swamp one day. Ugh, they remind me of worms and give me the creeps. I don't know much about the forest. I can't leave my lake, so I don't get around there much.
You ask what a nice girl like her is doing in a place like this.
I don't really know. I've been here for such a long time now. I mean, it's not like I can go anywhere. I can't leave the lake. It's my job to drown anyone who comes to the lake. That's what being a Rusalka is all about. I think I remember the town. I must have lived there once. Other than the fact it's somewhere to the northeast, I guess I can't tell you much about it. It is lonely being a Rusalka. And I've been a Rusalka. Thank you. That's really very sweet. You are the kindest man I know.
That didn't do anything useful.
Thank you. That's really... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You tell the Rusalka about some...
Gee, you don't... Please, come visit me again sometime. It's nice to have a friend to talk to.
You have a strange,
Hello. You seem different somehow since the last time we met. More powerful and just a bit stranger. What happened to you? So a ghost told you to cure me? I don't get it. Why should he care whether or not I hang around here? Does he have something against me drowning people? Or does he just want to be the only undead in Mordavia? I never heard of anyone ever curing a Rizalka. Is it supposed to hurt or be nasty? I'll still be dead, won't I? Really? Dead this time? I don't know. It sounds scary. I never heard of any... How come you're so curious about it? You don't intend to explore it, do you? Even as tough as you are, the swamp's dangerous. You need to be really strong to move in that muck. And make sure you have a sword ready. You know, I never realized it before you came here, but being undead is a real bore. Drowning people really isn't much fun. It's exciting when they struggle, but once they're dead, there's not much to do with them except feed them to the fish. I suppose I drown people to get revenge for my death, but it's not a lot of fun. I mean, what good is revenge if you can't remember who you want revenge on? If I remember correctly, someone drowned me here, so I became a Rizalka. I just don't remember who did it, or why, or anything else about my death. Or my life, for that matter. I never heard of anyone ever curing. Thank you.
You have a strange...
Hello. You seem different somehow. What happened to you? So a ghost told...
Save your healing for where it's needed. You grab a... The hungry hunting hawk alertly searches for signs of game not already claimed by the forest monster. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. You grab a handful of rocks. You grab you grab you grab a you grab a you grab a you grab you grab you grab you grab you grab you grab a hand you grab you grab you grab a you grab you grab a you grab a handful. You grab a handful of rocks. You that didn't do it. That did. You you grab you grab you grab you grab a handful of you grab a you grab you grab a you grab you grab you grab a you grab 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 you you grab you grab There is absolutely nothing in the little rabbit's fanny pack. Well, maybe a pocket watch, but you don't need one of those. Ah. You can't heal that. The glide spell only works on liquid. You can't cast it here. There is absolutely nothing. You have a strange...
Hello. You seem different somehow since the last time we... What happened to you? Hello. What's new with you?
You grab a... You grab a hand... The hummock has an unpleasant squishy feel, but at least it's more solid than the rest of the swamp. That would be your final handshake. You sense terrible danger here. There is a great evil about this place. Ah. 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 It doesn't budge. You are too far from the tomb to do anything. Nothing happens when you touch the stone. Something else must be needed to activate it. Ah! 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 It doesn't budge. It doesn't. Nothing happens. It doesn't say much. You are unable to throw a rock while mired in this muck. The Dark One sign clicks into the depression in the stone. You find that you can now turn the sign like a dial. The Dark One sign. The Dark One sign. You need to turn the Dark One sign in the correct pattern to open the tomb. The Dark One sign. Finally, you feel the Dark One's sign settle. You pull on it, opening the tomb, and retrieve a damp but readable scroll from its depths. It is the Dark One's bone ritual. You retrieve the Dark One's sign from the monolith.
There you are. What happened to you? I thought you were going to show me the way to town. Things are so strange. Why are you saying that? Why are you trying to hurt me? I'm lost in... I live in town. Somewhere in town. What's wrong with me? What's happened to me? I am looking for berries. The wild blackberries should be ripe now. I want to surprise my husband with a pie. It's getting dark now, and I need to get home. I live in town.
That didn't do anything useful. You find some copper kopecks on the no longer undead. You have entered an eerie, deserted graveyard. Strange moans wail through the trees, and mysterious lights seem to flicker and fade among the tombstones. Two large crypts dominate the cemetery. You have a bad feeling about this place. There doesn't seem to be any immediate danger, but you suspect that death lies among the crypts and tombstones in this place. You hear a monstrous groaning noise from beneath the fallen tombstone. Perhaps a horrible monster waits below. The headstone has fallen over the open grave, covering it.
Igor saved! Kind stranger saved Igor! Good kind stranger! Igor happy grave, not Igor's grave! Urgh.
That didn't do anything. That didn't do anything. You feel a chill go through you. Ah! Your stamina is... That feels good. You feel it. The wraith vanishes. The barrow contains treasure that the wraith... You find a diamond-studded brooch, a healing potion, and 15 gold. That feels good. Just what you needed to relieve some of the... After some rest... After some rest, you... You're getting tired. You have a strong warning sensation. It is definitely dangerous to be here right now. The response is a low. The wolf growls. You tell the wolves to stay calm. They don't seem particularly... You find some copper kopecks. You feel a chill go through you as you enter this part of the forest, as if a cold wind... You feel a chill go... After some rest, you feel better. After some rest, you feel better. After some rest, you... Ah. After some rest, you feel... After some rest, you feel... You feel... wraith vanishes into nothingness, and the air slowly begins. The barrow contains treasure that you find a suit of plate mail armor, a pearl-encrusted goblet, and 25 gold crowns. Searching for the fallen beast, you find nothing of value, unless you were planning to start a flea circus. After some rest, you feel you have a strong warning, Sensei. You have a... Wildflowers bloom with... There's something strange about this bush. Maybe it's the eyes. Oh, forget it. It's probably just an ordinary, everyday bush with blood-red berries and tentacle-like branches. There's something strange. You'll have to get a little closer. The bush seems to be hard of hearing. No one seems to... You'll have to get... That hurt. That really hurt. Think of being stung by a 10-foot-long wasp. You think that would be a relief in comparison. You think that... You grab... You think that hurt. You think that... That hurt. That... You think that would be a relief? You strip the berries from the loose branch and carefully store them in a pocket in your backpack. That hurt. That hurt. Ah. 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 You grab a... There's something...
The werewolf threat has ended. Since you have found and rescued Igor, I have released our gypsy prisoner. It seems he was not a werewolf after all. All the peasant fears were for nothing. The gypsy has no doubt returned home to his people. They have an encampment to the east.
Pay the innkeeper for your room and board.
Thank you for your pay.
It's a garlic souffle.
Igor very glad not to still be in grave. You Igor's friend now, huh?
You tell Igor how you figured out he was stuck in the grave.
Lucky for Igor, you persistent hero.
You Tell Igor the townspeople were worried while he was gone.
People miss Igor? You tell Igor a rumor? Igor now morgue happy than ever. Morgue happy, get it? Little graveyard humor there. Good to see you. Igor not give crypt key to strangers. You not stranger. Igor give crypt key to you. Oh, reports of Igor's demise greatly exaggerated. Grave accident? Little graveyard humor there. That good one. I like it. Igor carve headstone near grave. Igor fall in grave. Gravestone fall on grave. Igor not get out until you get him out of grave. Igor in grave danger. A little graveyard humor there. Staff been in town long time. Dimitri's grandfather brought staff to town. Oh, people say Doctor mad. Doctor not mad. Doctor just crazy. Oh, people not like gypsies. People think gypsies steal things. People think gypsies eat people. People think gypsies not normal like Igor.
This is a little too easy now. You pick up 2 of the metal weights and put 1 in each. You straighten out. Your legs are too stiff and sore to use this right now.
Ah, you're just in time to witness a magnificent scientific experiment. I have managed to harness the very primal force of lightning at my beck and call. Now I shall use it to create life itself. Watch this. That was not quite the experimental result I expected. But never mind that. It is merely a momentary setback in the annals of science. I shall readjust the magnetic electrical stimulation system and try again another day. I am convinced that the primal force of life is electrical in nature. Of course, it must also involve water for life, and pizza, without which life would be boring. My neighbor Nikolai is not actually as old as he now appears. He has been very unhappy since his wife's disappearance some 15 years ago. I can understand his disappointment. She never brought me back the berries I needed for an experiment. I am convinced. I have come to the conclusion that lightning is electrical in nature, which would put it in the realm of fire. Fortunately, there have been an increasing number of storms here lately, so I have been able to harness some of the lightning and store it for experimental use. Antwerps are a truly fascinating species. They reproduce by splitting into a number of tiny Antwerps, each with their own genetic code. They cannot split voluntarily, however. They only reproduce when cut or stabbed. My test Antwerps came from Spielberg Valley, where there was an Antwerp population explosion last spring. No, thank you. I long since performed that experiment using substitute materials. Perhaps you can come up with an experiment of your own to perform with those berries. Something is wrong. Thank you! With that information, I'm sure I shall be able to create some sensational scientific solutions.
You ask Dr. Cranium if he can spare an empty flask for specimen collection.
Of course, of course!
You ask Dr.
Of course! Perhaps I should wait a day or two before resuming my Frankie experiment. It is very important that the right person stay in charge here.
You pick a few of the flowers. You have a strange...
Hello? You seem different. What happened to you? Hello? What's new? So, thank you. That... You know, I never realized drowning people really is... I suppose I drown people. If I remember correctly, someone drowned me here, so... If... I never heard of anyone ever... How come you're so curious? Even as tough as you are.
A pool of sticky, greasy-looking slime dominates this area below the cave. A stream of slimy goo oozes down the right side, and goo dripping on the path makes it slimy and treacherous as well. A pool of... Nothing happens. Nothing. You slowly fill your flask with the greasy, grimy goo. You slow... A delicately crafted bonsai bush looks totally out of place in a pool of dark, unhealthy-looking... You can't reach the bonsai from here, and the ledge is too slippery for you to climb on it. Perhaps you can try something else. You can't reach the bonsai... The stones are clear of the bush now, but you still don't have a good angle on it. Dragging the bush sideways would surely harm. You can't reach the bonsai from here, and the ledge is too slippery for you to climb on it. Perhaps you can try something else. You can't quite reach the ledge. You'll need equipment to climb it. You can't reach... The stones are clear of the bush now, but you still don't have a good angle on it. Dragging the bush sideways would surely... This is not... You can't... The stone... You can't reach the bond... It doesn't... You grab a handful of rocks. You grab... You grab... You grab... You feel a tug on the line. Yes, you've hooked a big one. You carefully haul in the bonsai bush. Wipe some of the grimy goo off its roots and tie it to your backpack. Here lie the decayed remains of someone who didn't make it across the swamp. You pick up a single slimy bone. You see a tree whose branches are clumped with moss and fungi. A variety of slimy toadstools surround the base. The tree... That didn't do anything. The tree feels as though it's covered with a slug's slime, and you draw your hand quickly away. After some rest, you feel... After some rest, you feel better. After some rest, you... The dead body is flea-bitten and very smelly. It is grey rocks litter the
I don't understand. Every time I try to follow you, I find myself here again. Why can't I leave this place? Why can't I go home? No, no, it can't be, no!
The ghostly apparition vanishes.
I remember now. I was walking home. Something started to chase me. I tried to run. Something knocked me over and everything went black. I'm dead, aren't I? I really can't go home again. I'm just a ghost. My name was Anna. I can remember things now, but everything is like a faded dream. It seems so strange to think of myself as a ghost. Everything is blurry. There's no day or night, only this shadowy landscape. I want to go from here, but I cannot leave. I can only wait. I can remember my house now. I lived beside the tall oak tree near the center of town. I've been gone so long. My poor, poor Nikolai. Forgive me my manners. It's just that I'm not used to the idea that I'm dead. I remember now. I was walking home. I'm dead, aren't I? I cannot leave this spot. Nor would I leave until I have my Nikolai beside me again. If you see him, please tell him I love him. Nikolai is my true love. I cannot bear to leave without at least saying farewell to him. I remember now. I'm dead.
find some copper coat. You have come to a beautiful garden deep within the forest. A stream flows gently in a loop around the central island. Feelings of peace and harmony permeate the area. The fruit tree is laden with luscious-looking fruits of many kinds. It must be one of the rare mixed fruit trees. Beautiful music streams forth from the illuminated lantern. Someone has dug a large hole there, perhaps removing a bush or a small tree. You plant the bonsai in the hole and scrape some of the rich soil around it. In moments, the bush begins to grow and blossom before your eyes. The bonsai As you approach the tree, the fruit vanishes. Must be that low-calorie kind. You straighten out your jacket and Score! You find a few gold crowns and a number of copper kopecks. Nothing happened. Ah. You grab a handful of rocks. You grab You grab a handful of rocks. You grab You float gently in this ocean of harmony. You remember the happiness of being here before this. Now there is greater joy. You are not alone. You are filled with the warmth of friendship. You share your hopes, your dreams, all the best moments of your life, knowing that here is someone who understands and cares about you. You reach out to touch your friend, but there is no one there. You are all alone. You awaken as you wake in a cold sweat. You remember every detail of the night. The bonsai bush is thriving in the rich soil.
Greetings and welcome to our camp. You are a stranger no longer. When you saved me from death, our lives became intertwined. Henceforth, you are to be known as a gypsy friend. Come now. I will take you to the leader of our camp.
So, you are the one my son spoke of. You saved his life. You also entered fearlessly into our den of wolves. You are a man of great courage. We gypsies owe you for our Davy, and I believe we will owe you for things to come. Welcome. I am the fortune teller. I will teach you a spell. It will protect you against the dead that rise again. I think you will find this most useful in your questings.
Gypsy fortune teller touches your head briefly. Magic flows through you. Now you know the aura spell.
Now, let us learn more of you. Why have you come here, and what do you seek? Oh my, for an outsider, you are most polite.
You tell the gypsies your name.
We are honored to know your name.
It is a good name, a strong name. You bear it well.
You tell about how you got here.
The dark cave? You escaped from there? Ah, you are very powerful and lucky. I would guess that a summoning spell went wrong. That cave interferes with all magic around here. But it is best not to speak of that cave. Someone brought you here for some unknown purpose. Most interesting.
You tell her about the frightening dream.
Dreams are messages. Such a message may be obscure or meaningful, depending upon the sender and the dreamer. The meaning of this dream may be clearer when you have had more of them. The Rusalka of the lake near here has been dead for many, many years. You cannot bring her back to life, but you can free her spirit. Our legends tell of the way to free the spirit of one who was murdered. First, she must know who she was and remember how she died. Then you must take the hair of the dead woman and weave it into a broom. You beat the broom 3 times upon the murderer's grave, and he will come forth. This act can be very dangerous. Now, if the ghost of the murderer rises, it will attack you. So you must be ready to destroy it. The last thing you must do is to give the spirit that which she truly desires. Then, at last, her spirit will be freed, and she will rest. I have been gifted by true sight and foreknowledge. These are gifts with knife edges. Oh, I have seen my own death, and knew my true love's death the day I met him. Still, it is most useful. I will read your fortune in the cards, if you wish. You have only to cross my palm with silver. So much for the legends about werewolves, huh? Or at least a coin of value. But I warn you, no future is fixed. What the cards show of the future can happen, but only if you take the actions to create this future. And it is not easy to determine what those actions are, dear. Such is life. This valley has always been a nexus of power. Magic is very strong here. My people for generations come here to renew and strengthen their ties to the mystical ways. My dear, we are not the only ones drawn by this power. The magician Irana created a magical refuge here. Others, more dark, were drawn here as well. Oh, be wary and watchful at all times here. The magic of this land has become twisted, and there are many dangers around you. Oh. There are many places and things of magic around here, and I am certain you will come across them in your travels. Irana was a powerful magician who came from this area. There is a garden in the forest which she created. Oh, it is such a place of safety for all who visit there. It is said that her final resting place is near here as well. Her staff stands in the town and protects those within the walls from outside harm. There are some things about which even I dare not speak. Even thinking about such creatures attracts them. Let us hope that you never need know of such matters. Creatures of the night, shapeshifters, skin changers. We are man or beast by our own will, to run on four legs, to howl at the moon, to chase the terrified prey through the hills. This is what it is to be truly alive. Oh, the legend of the werewolf is but a folk tale. We change our shape when we choose, not because the moon is in some silly phase. We are the beast with the mind of a man, and a man with the mind of a beast. It is not normally our way to speak so freely to outsiders. So why do I say so much to you? Because you need to know we are not your enemies. You have too many questions that cannot be answered, and your ignorance may be your doom. There is much to you. Your actions to come will affect us all. Do not doubt it. Therefore, I will speak honestly and openly on what I can. Now, I can see by your eyes that our future is linked to you, for weal or woe. We are the roving people, the tinkers and traders and tellers of fortunes. We are the dancers in the night and the music in the wilderness. We are the untamed ones who live only by our own rules. We own no land, and no land owns us. The world is ours for the travel.
You may call me Magda. 'Tis the name I go by with you Gorgios.
Gorgio is the word we call anyone who is not a gypsy. We gypsies are not werewolves. We are shape-shifters. We take on the form of wolves for hunting. You can call me Davy. Names are very important. Davy is my name to outsiders. I also have a gypsy name and a true name. True names are not given lightly. Gypsies never ask others for their names. Never say your true name. Never speak the true name of another. To say another's true name aloud gives you power over him, if you are indeed more powerful. Otherwise, it gives him power over you. I was borrowing some corn from the corn stalks outside the town when the burgomeister and some townsmen came from the gate. I moved behind the corn stalks to stay out of their way. They looked to be heading to the graveyard. Then one of them pointed at me and shouted, and suddenly they all grabbed me. I had no chance to run. I had no idea what was going on. I knew gypsies were disliked in the village, but I did not know we were so feared.
Now, you listen to the words of an old gypsy fortune-teller. You will initiate this reading of the cards. The shuffling and cutting attunes the cards to those vibrations which surround you. You do not control the cards, nor do I. It is the cards which show what they choose to show. I will reveal to you the meanings of the cards. It is up to you to interpret how they affect you. You may reveal the first card. The first card is the significator. It is the symbol of the subject of the reading. This is the Knight of Swords. This card represents a person who is courageous and skilled. This is one who holds the ideal of chivalry and goodness. One who is willing to face death gladly, to uphold what he knows is right and true. This card clearly represents you, and therefore this reading is about you. The cards which surround the significator represent the influences which affect your current situation. This next card represents something from the distant past which is relevant to the here and now. Turn over this card and reveal the influence of your past. This card is the High Priestess. It is inverted, which means the meanings too are turned upside down. The High Priestess is some woman of your past. She is a person of selfishness and passion. Someone who seems to be very powerful, but her knowledge is limited by her own conceit. Turn over the next card to reveal more of this individual. The Four of Coins. Now that is the card of the miser. This woman of your past has power, but uses it selfishly. This is a person who cares only of her own needs and wants, and does not care what she does or how she influences others. This person is one who, as long as you satisfy her needs and vanity, will be willing to aid you, providing it does not require any amount of effort on her part. However, if you act against her, her vengeance will be swift and violent.
This is not a person to disregard, and she plays an important part in the events around you. Reveal the next card. Something of the more recent past, which has consequences in the present. This is the inverted King of Coins. This is an old and vicious man, someone who is willing to use any means to attain his desires. Someone who is dangerous and cannot be trusted or underestimated. Reveal the next card that we may learn more of this person. The devil. This is indeed an ill omen. This person is influenced by black magic, a man of power and dark desires. Yet the devil is a sign of bondage and subservience, and this person has faced unexpected failure of some sort. This is someone of great evil, someone who cannot be trusted. This is one who will bear you ill will, yet is somehow prevented from harming you or gaining his revenge, for now. Should he gain his freedom, this man will seek to destroy all which stands between his goals and himself. Turn over the next card to reveal a surrounding influence. Ah, the Queen of Cups. Again, there is a female influencing your present. This is a woman of wisdom and love. She is kind, generous, and virtuous. Let us see what next the cards reveal of this person. The star. It is a symbol of hope and spiritual influence. Now, this is a woman in touch with her magical nature. She is gentle and loving, yet there is great strength within. This is a woman who generates hope and help through her actions. The next card reveals the overriding influence upon the future. Ah, the Queen of Swords. She is a woman of wit and skill, yet she has suffered through terrible hardship, and she is marked by her suffering. Oh, she faces her sorrows bravely, but with a deep, deep loneliness. The next card will tell us more about her. The Moon. It is the card of deception. This woman is a deceiver, or is deceived by her own beliefs. This card also reveals the magical nature of the woman. This is the strength which sustains her. Oh, she is either surrounded by false friends, or seeks to betray you herself. She is the victim, or the villainess. The final card will reveal the influence which will most affect you. The Void. About this card I will not speak. I must meditate upon its meaning. It is up to you to determine how and what effect they will have upon you. Make what you will of your fortune. I will speak no more of it.
You say goodbye.
Ah, you weary of talk. Good. You are a guest with us tonight. Let us join the others for food, drink, and dance, huh?
I hope you will enjoy the hospitality of my people.
You spend the evening in the joyful company of the gypsies. The gypsies seem to have gone all out to make you welcome in their camp. You've eaten a rich, spicy stew with no garlic, with fresh bread and plenty to drink. Now it's time to relax and enjoy.
Come, is she not beautiful? Ah, why do you hesitate? Go, join in the dance!
After hours of carousing with the gypsy wolves, you find yourself curling up into a comfortable position near the fire pit and sinking into a deep and dreamless sleep. The box populi suggests that opening the box might be a bad idea.
Welcome, welcome. It is good of you to visit our camp once again. May you find here all that you seek.
Colorful wagons surround. It's not easy being green.
I'm sorry, but that wagon is a private home. Is it not great to feel the music in your blood and dance the night away? The life of a gypsy is sometimes very sweet. I have been fine. Hunting has been poor lately, but yesterday we pulled down a large deer. It was good to taste fresh meat again.